Hello and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm Luce, and I'm here to do the next part of the main story for Final Fantasy XIV. Now, let me get myself position here. Now, something to consider is that I have taken a decent break from the game, so let me just do the idle pose here. But I'm actually 2 patch storylines behind, so I'm doing the 6.3, even though it's currently the middle of patch 6.4 right now, with 6.5 coming up the pipeline. So, want to be sure I get these in order because they unlock dungeons and stuff, and, well, last stuff I did was the story, so anyone following along, if there is anyone, will probably appreciate doing it in order. Rashawn once more into the void. His eyes seemed right in the arrival. Ah, Coda. As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You'll recall that in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in search for my sister. At Ishtola's suggestion, I began providing said ether in the form of food, and she found the arrangement agreeable, and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If any of the others are ready as well, I would set forth of the void once more. Excellent. I shall inform Ishtola and Estinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemists. In the meantime, I'd ask you to fetch Zero. She's absent when I visit her chambers, but I suspect you'll find her in the corridor connecting Yujin Kama. She's usually grown partial to the view of the city affords. Once we've attended our respective tasks, let us gather here. I guess if all else fails, I can always revisit the story this way. But who knows? The game has New Game Plus features, so... That is for Hildebrand. I'm not doing the Relic anytime soon, so I figure I could probably hold off on that a little bit. Oh, right. Right. It's up here on the bridge here. Mildly annoying. There we are. You have anything to retreat? Excellent news. Trades resumed and merchants from all over are once again passing through the city peddling wares. Our town feels a touch more vibrant. I could hear things are recovering since the events of Endwalker.
Everyone is so carefree.
Well,
Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness. And how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant.
they were. Very recently, in fact.
Such luxury is a loss to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger.
Right. Zero comes from the 13th, a world lost to the void, and since darkness is the power of change and activity, the dead can find no rest. There's basically no permanent death aside from being absorbed by other creatures, but that's something else. So yeah, there's no rest for the everyone's has the worst possible benefits of immortality.
Others are a means to an end. At times, a literal one.
She did insist that they mostly just use one another there. I
We
guess
forge covenants with men and come here to feed. Or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why.
He saw a relationship as a truly twisted friendship. I don't. I won't pretend to understand it. I don't think anyone can understand it, but I suppose his reasons are his own.
What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end?
As I said, that's the kind of thing that only he could answer, and he's not around anymore. I made sure of it this time.
But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it. Why are you here? Was there something you needed? So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
Slam! A bit crude, but you can't die from fall damage in this game unless you're already in combat with something, so no point in holding back, right? I like to think my character has a bit of a running joke will often land right next to people who are waiting to see him. I'll probably have to have the chat block off for most of the fight. So much ether. I can't remember the last time I felt such fullness. I get used to this. Ready to get back to it? So am I. I've been at the Great Work, discussing experience in the Void with the alchemists. They found much of it surprising, and they were especially shocked to learn the darkness prevents souls from finding rest. Indeed. When we found a world
Everyone is
corrupted by
here?
light,
Good.
they found
Let us set
stagnation.
forth for the void once more.
What is it?
A minute.
He's calling.
What?
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
Interesting. If I remember the last story right, she was thought to have been almost completely lost to the void sent, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So we can feel her. Is she more whole than we expected?
I thought she was in the void. As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
Why would she turn back, though? The source is abundant in ether, while the void has virtually none. It's a dead world.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the Void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
Yeah, usually
All right.
voids.
I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
Yeah, void sent creatures from the 13th, like Zero, usually make contracts with mortals specifically to come to the ether rich source. Makes sense, she'd like to stick around.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
I imagine Ishtola still
If
has.
it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald.
Looks like we have a party here then.
It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust?
Ishtola is currently a black mage, but she was a healer in the earlier parts of the story. But with 2 DPS, she might swap for that, especially since, yeah, that way we
Understood.
have tank healer and 2
We'll
damage
see you
healers.
there.
Gotta be at least some dungeoneering to do, after all.
We're to rendezvous at Tertium. We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
Ooh. That was the name of the patch cycle that this story was from. The gods revel and lands tremble. It's also what the 24-player raid that I was participating in is from. So, as you can see, I do have a lot of catching up to do. Sister, was that really you? So that's a dragon's roar. Quite a trick imbuing one's voice with ether. We have no reason to doubt Vitra. Let's depart for Garlemald as soon as possible. Estinian is understandably rather bewildered. By all accounts, Ajdaya is Golblad's prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be she managed to escape the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that's mere conjecture. If we want the truth, we must go and find it. Come, let us make for Tertium. Our friends are waiting. I trust you know the associates who will be joining us. Hopefully they've been keeping well. I thought to depart from Raza'an sooner, but Ishtola insisted I bring warmer clothes. This vessel does not feel cold, but she did remind me as long as I'm Varshan, it'd be prudent to not appear overly conspicuous. Yeah, Varshan here is basically an avatar for Vitra. So, he's a bit different from the rest of the party. People live in such places, do they? Not that I presume to know their preferences, but does seem comfortable. I forgot to reactivate the,
Any moment now.
I forgot to reactivate the chat block for reading the chat there. Whoops. At least it wasn't anything that would be...
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
right. The twins asked to stick around to try and help Garlemald rebuild. They did, after all, lose their leaders. We have
And
Xenos to
you.
thank for that.
I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead.
And for some, an especially long road if the Master Role quest is to be believed.
They've taken steps towards forming an interim government, but it will be some time before any large-scale reconstruction effort can be carried out in earnest.
So we'll keep doing what we can until they can finally stand on their own. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
Well, it certainly sounds like quite the undertaking, that's for sure.
Indeed, it has not been easy. But we've been able to make progress thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls. The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time.
Though you yourself helped them take one especially big step, didn't you? In vanquishing that blasphemy in the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, the referencing the Master Role quest. I wasn't sure if that had come
Thank
up
you.
or if it was just a side thing.
I can only hope that your deed will help the people to find peace and closure.
But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
Basically, we picked up a new member from the world of the Void Scent. She looks humanoid enough, but...
The 13th? After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
yeah, Alice is absolutely throwing stones in a glass house, given she's the more, eager, one to jump into headlong into trouble of the two.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
Well, don't worry, the next expansion apparently takes place
You could have at least
in the new
invited
world,
me
so
too.
basically a beach
Surely there was room
vacation.
enough for me and Grahar in the Embassy Vault.
Hey, maybe you'll be able to come when we go on vacation to the new world in the next expansion. Our character could certainly use a vacation. Although I do definitely feel for the devs having to make a follow-up to one of the big ending storylines here. I'm sure even they were pretty nervous about it, but... I guess it just feels weird now that the next expansion is announced and Endwalker is, well, ending. Oh, Hey, Hey, I thought you were busy. Sorry, I thought you were busy.
I know, I know. I only meant to tease. Mostly. But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around?
Technically, it was forcibly attached to Xenos. And in fact, he didn't even choose. Ishtola pointed out that we most likely have Fandaniel to thank for that setup.
I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless,
Hey, I'm a Reaper. I've got an avatar of my own. My personal interpretation is that the Reaper's avatar is at least partially a fraction of your own character involved with it. But I'm not sure if that's actually the case. That was just kind of me trying to figure out how. Trying to figure out a few parts of how the job works. It's probably not the case.
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void scent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
I get the sense he might have been a shit boss, but that's just me and my speculation.
is that so? I I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand.
Well, at the very least, if the twins are joining, that's another DPS and healer option.
As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galmald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have.
Did she somehow escape
In recent days,
clutches?
we have had to contend with a surprising number of void scent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
Good thing the twins are here, then.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants.
Oh, hey, I'm a Reaper right now.
The very same I believe you have mastered.
Indeed.
While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
Indeed, one did try to assassinate Solus von Gavus, but, for those who don't recall, Solus was Emmett Selk the entire time, so, they were effed before the fight even began, we shall say.
To summon not one, but several powerful voidsent is no small feat. But if Ashdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
And we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Yeah, there's a lot of natural, danger in the Garlemald. That's why it was so difficult for us to assault the capital before now. Well, one of the many reasons.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start. Though the question of how to get there remains.
Euless may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
A cold reunion. Hopefully they mean that purely in the figurative sense, not literal. Certainly quite the party. The Varshan Avatar is a paladin, Estinian, of course, a DPS, Alphino is a healer. I do appreciate this game. It has some male NPC healers. Most JRPGs have female ones in that role. Actually, come to think of it, Alice is pretty notable because she's a red mage NPC, and I think in general sense, there aren't many red mage NPCs in Final Fantasy games in general. They're pretty much, granted, whenever there's a job system, it's always an option for players to pick, but I don't think there's very many characters who are actually classified as, yeah, this guy or this girl's a red, or this person's a red mage. Nothing appears out of the ordinary. Let's see what we find in the village. The The people here have struggled to survive as it is. The last thing he needs for Garlemald to be overrun with void scent. I expect it's been a while since I spoke with Julius. He'll be glad to hear you, Stinian. I knew the twins wouldn't disappoint. I've tempered my hopes, but thanks to the twins, we might yet learn something about Azhdaya. A village of void scent users. Lest you think I have feelings on this, I don't. What others do is not my concern. And I would wager she's referring to both what other void scent do as well as the people who make deals with them. Oh, Coda, what a welcome surprise. Can I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual? Not suggest that's an inconvenience. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you, should you require any. We appreciate it, but... Apologies if we interrupt, Julius. But there's a matter we wish to discuss. We've just finished our routine briefing, so you've come at a very good time. Is this about the Void Scent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains of the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area. Did they not? Yes, they had a village there in Lapis Manalis Caverns. The Scythe wielders forged pacts of the Void Scent, took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time, they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. And indeed, if you decide to take up the Reaper job, they do give you this brief history as to how they worked. And then when some were unmasked as insurrectionists, the order was outlawed entirely. The village is believed to have been long abandoned. Speaking of their art, it seems you've picked it up. Who was it that taught it to you? Ah, well, I suppose it's either here nor there now. I think they asked us to promise to keep it quiet, so we can't quite say who it is. My sister has been taken captive by the Void Scent. I sensed her presence in this land, and I've come in search of her. If voids have been sighted, I believe there may be a connection. We'd like to investigate the caverns you mentioned, but Alphino tells us they're not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one broke down. It should still be over in Cerulean Ingens, as it was abandoned. Is there anyone who could fix it? Perhaps the former engineers of the Tapper's Den. Their duty included transporting cerulean tanks to Platform G using the snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. It's worth looking into, I'd say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. I ask you to accompany her. Given the presence of Void Scent, it's best we avoid traveling alone. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I'd like to learn as much as we can before commencing our search in earnest. Oh, come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well-versed in local geography. Alisaie, was it? I wish to speak with you. In any case, why don't you come with us to the Tapper's Den? We can chat along the way. I shall go and brief the contingent on the Void Scent issue that they too may be prepared. Hard to believe that there could ever be a job more edgelord than Dark Knight, and yet Reaper managed to be it. If you want to eavesdrop, be my guest. It doesn't matter to me. Well, if you don't mind.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Yeah, it's a very Alice answer, but I can't really say I don't get where she's
Right.
coming from. As I said, she's usually the type to dive in head first and ask questions later.
To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
Some certainly do, that's for sure. We should get back to it. But before we do, are you alright, Zero? Did I say something confused or upset you? No, I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I am ready and able. That's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not too much far. I doubt we have much trouble finding the engineer when we arrive. So let's first head over that spot. The Tapper's Den was from the main story. You met them in the main story. As a quick recap, there were a bunch of engineers that escaped from the Empire, or when things started going to hell, with their goal of using their skills in extracting and using the last remaining ceruleum here for engines to trade and negotiate, basically. As much as I'd like to return home, it wouldn't feel right without anything to show for the time we spent here, which is why I think I'll stay a bit longer. And yeah, we do help them and all the others throughout the main story, so... Right thing to do. It's one of the engineers, I think. Spirit engineer. Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives got a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we are truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, Alice. A trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring provisions. Oh, don't mention it. I'm just glad we could help. That said, we're actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned Cerulean Ingans. We were told you might be up to the task? Ah, you want to ride the mammoth? That's what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size. As often as I use them on the rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance as well. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. Wonderful, please come with us to Camp Broken Glass. We'll take care of it there. Ah, so far so good. Coda, let's be on our way. Thank goodness we were able to find someone to help with repairs. Mortals are more sensitive to the cold than I realized. My body's made differently, so I feel nothing. Yeah, Zero being void sent effectively means, I guess the easiest way to put it is to say she's functionally a form of demonkin. I guess to put it simply. It's not exactly accurate, but it should be close enough for anyone unfamiliar to get the concept. Which is also why she only really understands the concept of doing things because you were either dictated by someone stronger or because you have a contract with someone else. That's how they work, after all. Hello, Evening Hat. The stream and showing glam? Sure, I can show it after this cutscene. Oh, welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who helped the craft? I'm a Reaper main, so, but I don't care for too many of the dark outfits they have, so I have a much more lighter outfit. I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again, but I'll be able to do so easily, at least quickly, or at least all on my own. The mammoth is big, and so are the parts. I'll need some strong backs, should make the work go faster. You'll have ours. Oh hey, looks like it finished. Alphino, you finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have a solid grasp of the area, as well as the side of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I'll be glad to stand guard for Void Center on unruly wildlife. Much obliged, miss. Let's head over the mammoth and assess what needs fixing. Okay. The two outfits I like most are probably my Reaper outfit and my tank outfits. I can show those off as soon as the cutscene ends. Well, they have matches well in hand. That means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Coda? And you, Zero? I'll assist you as well as payment for answering my question. That's hardly something that demands payment, but we'll be glad for your contribution nonetheless. Alright, so, Reaper Glam. It's honestly not anything too complex. It's basically just the Asphodelos outfit, but I have mixed a few things, like the Scythe of the Round, and the, I'm definitely keeping the, Circlet of Maiming, though, because, yeah, it's a nice, simple outfit, and it works a bit better for my preferred aesthetic than the usual edgelord, Reaper outfits. For tanks, the Gunbreaker, I have the, it's a mix of the, what's it called? The Crystarium Greaves and the, Nier Automata Raid outfit here with the Hades. Well, for the Gunbreaker, it's the Hades weapon. Dark Knight. For Dark Knight, I use the... Oh, I thought I glamored that. It's usually the Sophia Greatsword. Ah. And this is also another one outfit using the Midas gear. But yeah, usually for my Dark Knight, I prefer the glowing Sophia Greatsword, since I like the gold and black aesthetic a lot better than the red and black that Dark Knight weapons usually have. Makes it look much more regal. And this was my old tank outfit beforehand. I have to re-up my sub. I forgot about the Nier stuff. I never did. It looks good. Yeah, it's pretty popular even now just because, well, it's a source of overcoats. Glamours are unavailable, dude. Oh, right. Part of it was the Gunbreaker outfit. Well, not a problem. I can change that back later. For my healers, I have a bit of a mix here. Oh. That's a bit weird. Here. Alright, so for my healer gear, it's a bit of an unusual mix. I have the Farlander Acton, since that's one of my favorite tops here. The, Econ leather boots, and let's see here. Chauces of the White Griffin, and I use this for all my healers. I don't play healer too much, but I guess Sage would be my favorite if I had to pick one. I kind of like this because it makes a nice, I usually try to think of it as a wandering healer type of attire. yeah, and my red mage outfit is very blue with the pink Pyros weapon. I actually do have the actually do have the final tier of the Eureka. I actually did complete the Eureka Red Mage weapon, but I like the Pyros version a lot better, so I use that as the skin. Red Mage is definitely my favorite for the casters. And I do have them, the colors slightly different. This is Sea Fog Blue and this is Peacock Blue, because I felt having them the same type of blue felt a little weird, but having the blues slightly off from one another for some reason felt that like it made the outfit look a lot better. And of course I have the Gambler's boots here. And these are, I believe, the diamond gloves instead of the default one. That's our caster here. Oh, right, ranged physical. Clearly, I don't have anything equipped for the dancer. Actually, I think that's what this is. Yeah, I think this is my dancer outfit here with the, yeah, Forgiven boots of aiming, the near autonomous stuff, Dommel skin gloves, and the Silence Rogue. Yeah, I usually, I guess I must have forgotten to reapply it to my dancer, but yeah, again, it's not a class I play as very often. When I do, I use this outfit. Good sense of outfit cohesion? Thanks, but I will openly admit I did frequently get help from friends and guildmates, well, FC mates, in order to get it going. Now, some of it was trial and error, like, I actually went through quite a few different headbands, including the, well, the regular Limbo Face Guard here, but I didn't like that one too much. So there was a bit of trial and error here. And I admit I was stuck on Red Mage for quite a while, because I did like the more blue attire, but I couldn't figure out why it wasn't looking good when I made the top and bottom the same color. And at that point, a friend said, well, why don't you make one blue, but a different shade of blue? And then I went, okay, I'll just grab a slightly off shade, and that made the whole outfit come together. So yeah. Well, some of it was just me feeling it out. A lot of it was also just, me experiment. A lot of it was me just asking others whenever I got stumped. Can't understand Alice's answer, but a debt's a debt. Just didn't know what to make of Zero, but her frankness speaks to me. I like her. Yeah, Alice always did prefer things to go straight to the point. Kindled spirit. Alpha knows in need of a helping hand. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilsabard continent brings in shipments of food. Contingent brings a shipment of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We've yet to deliver a share of supplies to Terratum. Appreciate if you could assist us with the task. I'll do it. Oh, Coda, looks like you're with me then. Void Sense sightings have been increasing today, which is why we had in mind to go on patrol at Eben Rhyme, shall we? Do 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 do. I mostly just have Zero the Third there to block chat in case someone's doing horny chat or something in the box. It doesn't happen too often, but it's often enough I'd rather be prepared. But I try to remove it for cutscenes, and there's going to be a lot of them since I'm doing the story tonight. Void Center was spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to camp, everyone's understandably concerned, but hopefully not much longer. You follow this road east, I'll look to the north. If you should encounter any Void Scent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. There's a few destinations, and this one looks particularly purple, and purple's usually something to keep an eye out for. Of course, the AoE is just not big enough. Oh, you wanna go? Well, I don't want to waste this, so surveying. Survey surroundings, but spare. Not spy any errant void scent. Overgrown roads. This one looks purple, and purple usually means void scent, so let's survey here. Might as well kill this thing just so I don't... just because I feel like it. There we go. You survey surroundings, but do not spy any more void scent. Yo, ton. I see she ran into one too. Well, red mages are pretty self-sufficient if you need to solo anything.
All finished, are we? Good.
You don't really have too much solo content in this game, but for the ones that exist, red mage is absolutely popular for it. Never hurts to have a bit of everything on your side.
The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security.
Indeed, but it's going to take a while to get to that point. They just lost out their entire country after all. That's not something
Though
you can...
things will never be as they once were. If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward. If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
Yeah, now you're doing your best, anyone can see that.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to. Still, I appreciate your support. Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back. I hope Alphano and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else. She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Meanwhile, at Terratim...
Thank you, miss. Thank you. This feels strangely familiar.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment.
Well, if he knows a sage, so he should be able to help with that. All the
Zero,
sage...
may I leave the rest here to you?
The sage spells are all named after Greek doctor terms, apparently. That's pretty neat.
Fine by me.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand.
Oh yeah, that was a really heavy bunch of scenes.
Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Yeah, Julius and his faction were originally a group that thought it would be better to die with honor than accept help from any enemy, or to leave themselves vulnerable to enemies, since obviously they didn't know if our attempts to help was just a way to backstab them, whatever. They even
Get
wasted...
along. I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
supplies.
Azim step-style dumplings. Buds, they call them.
Zim, that's all the way across the sea.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables, usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald, too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right? I should warn you, though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle, though.
Yeah, something to be aware of, I guess. Yeah, spices and salts were often used to help food keep longer before refrigeration became more widespread, if I remember right.
Interesting.
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Euless, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
Um, uh, well, I suppose I am.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
Urchin pasta. Pasta simmered with cream sauce, topped with a generous portion of king urchin. Melon pie. A flaky crust served as a perfect complement to the thunder melon's sweet yet electrifying flesh. Gyros. Some slice of slow cooked meat wrapped in a leafy greens and tucked into a pocket of freshly baked bread. Vanilla tomato salad. Bright tomato salad, lightly tossed in vanilla oil. It's taking the gyros. I don't care that it's not good for my class. I love gyros. Granted, I think these are too outdated to matter no matter what I pick anyway, so all the more reason. He's on patrol, so if he's come back early, then must have seen something. Well, shouldn't you see what's wrong? I got a bad feeling about this. It seems urgent. An unforeseen bargain. The distressed soldier has ill tidings to share with you. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Voidsen are approaching from the mountains to the east. Their numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. What? But Ishtal and the others. If anyone outside of Terratum is in danger, we must find them and bring them all in at once. Can we call on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt of the question, so I'm not obligated to help. What's more, death in this world's absolute. You're asking me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I can't do no such thing. Well, that's fair. What do we offer that might be enough? You're right, Zero. You're not obligated. I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the booze I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be able to stand watch in this encampment? That way, more of us can go out and see people's safety. Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. I dare say it will be safe enough with Zero here. Let's go find Stoll and the others and assist with the evacuation. Well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's slicing through enemies, so... Come, we need to find our comrades. Looks like we have an instance battle. Good thing I upgraded my gear a bit before I started the story. Granted, I doubt it'd be very difficult since the solo instances are usually pretty easy. They're usually a bit undertuned just to make sure that even if you're not very good at the game, you can still beat them. But yeah, Territon will be just fine. Ulysses' people have weathered far worse. We should at least make haste for Snowcraft, where our friends and the engineer should be. Given the position, we may find themselves at the mercy of the Void Scent. If it comes to it, we must be prepared for battle. I'm ready, don't you worry. How about you, Kota? Upon departing several plane sequences, it's recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these in their entirety. In addition, you must participate in battle. Your progress be saved. In the event you're defeated, you can try again in the most recent of these. Alrighty. Well, first things first, let me grab a sip of my drink, and then I'll dive right in. Just regular water tonight. Nothing fancy. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out, this progress is all lost. Well, if all Zero's doing is only playing defensive, that's still more than enough. We just have to make sure we get everyone.
Report. Lost contact. When? Void Scent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
If it was Void Scent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
What? No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Void Scent. It makes sense.
There's much more experience fighting them, yeah.
Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Ah. Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
Oh my, that is quite a few, isn't there?
Damn these demons!
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kindred, why do you interfere? Ah, of course. You sold your soul to feed.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
Ooh, we get to play as Zero now. Defeat the Void Scent Horde. commune, though.
A deal is a deal. I cannot let you pass. More of them.
Her kit is similar, but a much more simplified version of the Reaper's kit. She has no super mode, which makes sense. She technically has no
Still
avatar.
more.
Ah, this land brims with life, ripe for the harvest. I have the sense I'm probably gonna want to stand in that. I definitely want to be inside of it before the meteor falls. Such insolence I will not be denied. Oh my. You're making things a little rough for me, aren't you?
Not good.
Looking weak now. Sinister sphere. Ow. Unmitigated explosion. Damn, I messed up because I didn't take the meters in time. I was too busy focusing him down.
How? How big must the gate be for their light to come through?
Wait, that guy was...
Is this it then?
This is the Shadow of Mock raid. What's a raid boss coming through?
Just like that time. When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Stand aside if you value your life.
Ate Memoria.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
They're using crystals of darkness. So in her former life, she was a knight?
Gotcha. And now we can get back to our business.
Get up, damn you! Too weak. I need help. Someone, please. The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? What? Who? You. What are you doing here?
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
We're a little late, but we've come to help.
All right. I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
Coordinate with their comrades and defeat the Void Sent Horde.
Can you still fight?
Ah, I see where they're standing. I messed up pretty bad.
Warming up!
My strength is spent. I'll only get in the way.
We'll get through this together! Stay sharp!
I'll enjoy draining your ether. Just like demons from your eye. I don't like the look of these things, so I'm killing them. Oops, wrong order.
Together!
Alright, he's using a sage ability. There we are.
I will repay this debt.
Resistance is futile. Oops. You defy me the feast and be gone to ashes with you.
This has gone on long enough!
Protect Zero and Shield, she's ready to retaliate. Wow, these guys are dying way too quickly. I can't keep up.
I am your egg!
No, no, why won't you die? This Reaper feels so satisfying. I can only hope the next jobs they introduce are this satisfying. Duty complete.
You did well to find me out here.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
There would have been much more casualties if not for you.
No. If it was not for you and the others...
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
Zero, are you all right?
Yeah.
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh. What are you doing?
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
Careful, she's gonna take that literally. For mercy, there appear to have been no casualties in Tertium or elsewhere. Oh, they're in here. I noticed. Alright, let's first things first. Fine, I just need rest. I've also received word that the transport arrived safely and capped broken glass. They send their thanks to the woman in black. Zero's convalescing aboard the train. Jolas has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. I can't help but wonder, though, what possessed her to fight all this voice on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one boost would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on her. Yeah, I figured my character would be reacting to that. Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? You'll never know. In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. Thank goodness we found Zero when we did. Mountain. Relief is writ plain on Alphino's face. As Alice said, many people owe Zero their lives. This is not her world nor her battle, yet she risked life and limb. This will not soon be forgotten. Now then, I expect our friends will return soon. Once everyone's gathered, we can take stock of the situation. We not to do but wait for the others. They should not be much longer. Maybe they could have Necromancer as a healer in the next expansion. Necromancy is just as much life as it is death, after all. It's not usually how the class is depicted, but... well, Necromancer isn't really a job in most Final Fantasy games, period, so they'd probably have a lot more of room to play around with it. If they wanted to make a healer for it, I imagine they could probably jury-rig a way for it to work. Apologies for the delay. I've finished replenishing my ether. Full glad am I here to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you, those soldiers not least of all. How fare you? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair void sent en route to the snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers. Not to mention the player characters, a bit of an army in and of themselves. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the void sent that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how Alice, Kota, and I came to find you. While the immediate threats have been addressed, we cannot rest easy. For the void sent appear in such numbers, we must assume the void gate has indeed been opened nearby, meaning more of them can come through at their leisure. It seems the best course is investigate Lapis Manalis, as you intend. What's the state of the snowcraft? Nearly operational, I believe. Vitra is with the engineer, who's hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulean Ingens? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what do you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary this time. I'll do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me. A compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid in the snow. I don't understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. I'd also like to join you in tracing the voids and their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. But don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the void center are coming from and see to it that they stop. Yeah, I'd say that's the much more pressing issue. Take care, Zero. I will. Typical, I'd say, oh, these are usually pretty easy, and then proceed to get my ass kicked, get my ass handed to me. That's how it goes, isn't it? Ah, well. They don't just try to keep these kits simplistic for the purposes of making it easy for playing as them. It's also to highlight they're different from the player characters. Like, she does have a lot of Reapers skills like the Reapers, but she doesn't have her own avatar, for example, which makes sense. She, well, was Xenos' Reaper avatar for a while. So she, unfortunately, does not get the benefit of a super mode like I do. Which I still find hilarious. For those who don't play or didn't go through the Reaper storyline, you find a rogue Reaper who is, yeah, deal with that sort of thing. The character, and for some reason, our character thought it would be a great idea to also fuse with it to create the super mode. I mean, it's fun, it's really nice, but it's definitely one of those, oh, this can't possibly end badly, right? Vitra insists on staying behind to guard the snowcraft. He's anxious to get up the mountain, understandably so. It's good to see you all safe and well. The craft stands ready, and I'm pleased to say our engineer friends worked tirelessly, his zeal to match any of our alchemists. Mammoth is an apt name for the craft. Its prodigious size made defending it difficult, but it came through unscathed. Wonderful. To have to go through things to traverse such a single mountain, the people of this land do not have easy lives. For the sake of our friends, I pray we succeed in our mission. The Void Key is, of course, our main objective. We can also find useful salvage, then all the better. I'm glad the engineer is safe. I'd never forgive myself if something bad happened to him on our account. There you are. Your timing couldn't be better. Thanks to Varshan's help, I've managed to finish the repairs faster than anticipated. The mammoth is ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me. It'll be my pleasure to get where you need to go. You're too kind, thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Lapis Manalis. Regular duty. I could easily rush through it with a regular party, I think, but I think it might be within my best interest to go with an NPC party. First, small talk with everyone. If there's indeed a void gate, then there will be void sent, not merely lesser ones. Be on your guard for all manner of threats. As we hopefully demonstrated, we're capable of holding our own in battle, which is to say, please don't hesitate to rely on us. When we find whoever is responsible for unleashing the void sent, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind and sword. Just say the word and we're off. Come, Coda. Let us find the truth of my sister's aura. I don't make a habit of fighting atop Magitech, but it shouldn't be any more difficult than riding atop a dragon. I welcome a change of pace. Once aboard the Mammoth, we'll need to change attire more suitable for combat. It can be no coincidence that a void gate's opened where Vitra sends his sister. In all likelihood, something is in the offing, and we must be prepared. Loporrit. Such a... Oh, Varshan can be anything. Alphino's the only healer. But well, no, Varshan is technically also a healer. I guess if you're playing as a tank main and want to bring Varshan for whatever reason. I should probably...
Let's give it our all!
If you insist.
Right then.
Let's give it our all!
I need at least 590, so I could do this with anyone, including as my tanks, but... I think Reaper be best, and with that in mind, it might be good to have Alice there. Just for a nice variety. The only thing is, if you bring her, she can and does spam her, spam the limit break. Although I guess to be fair, that's still better than with Player Party, where most people forget the limit break exists at all. Come to think of it, I probably should have brought her for the purposes of Careful up there. You're not likely to see much through snow. The wildlife here is certainly bold. The Reaper.
Out of my way.
These guys are still alive, huh? Right. The big flaw with an NPC party is they don't AoE as much as players do, and they also typically don't use, they typically don't do large pulls.
mercy!
Gotta remember my positionals. It can and will be my best position in my best interest to spam them. Hopefully that's last of those wing bastards. I'm afraid this is as far as the mammal will go. You'll have to go the rest of the way on foot. I can't go down the mountain, it seems. Oh, right, I forgot about Solso. That's gonna be a little annoying. Oopsie. I completely buggered that up and I have no idea how. Usually I memorize the exact number of uses specifically to avoid that. How embarrassing. And of course I do it on stream too, so now my screw-up is immortalized. Here. You can see the Tower of Babel from here, and it's no less imposing. Why am I blanking? Why am I blanking out all of a sudden?
No mercy!
Why am I blanking out on my rotation already?
You underestimate me!
Albion. If this beast bar path. Well, I suppose Final Fantasy does like to use mythological names without caring too much about what they're actually all about.
You now.
Oh my. Oh well. Oopsie. Oh, well, good to know that's curable, I guess. Oh, wow.
You now.
Alright, what are they standing behind here for? That's a little annoying. The roar of Albion. Crap, that's something I don't want.
of my way.
Right slam, so here.
No mercy.
Crap him. There. Into the cavern. Oh. Oh, it says my connection's unstable. Hold on, let me try something here. Oh, this is why it's good to do a solo run sometimes. That might help, out, I guess. Thing. Odd. Getting a bit of lag on my end. I guess it's good I'm doing this. Either it's because I'm in an NPC party, or I don't know, honestly. Usually, I wasn't getting this while doing my daily runs earlier today, so you got me. Crap. Well, it's good that it lets me get something. That's odd. So this is Lapis Manalis. I know what you mean, Alphino. I should probably focus down these guys one at a time, so... Alright.
Out of my way.
Here we are. Alright, looks like the connection's a little better, so I think what I did helped, but I need to keep an eye on that. Ooh, that's actually quite useful. But yeah, I need to keep an eye out in case it goes unstable again, because the lag's kind of annoying. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Why am I drawing a blank again?
Out of my way! No mercy!
Let's see. I guess yeah, I'm not sure why I'm drawing a blank here. Galatea. Does that mean these are constructs given life? They could be. Yeah, I'm completely not following my rotation at all. I guess part of me is trying to keep a close eye on Varshan's ability to see exactly... Oh, data records. Data records. The assaults from the outside tribes have markedly increased as of late. The Geraldines proved an especially barbarous thorn on our sides. Their ceaseless pillaging, no doubt, an effort toward supplies in preparation for the coming winter. No longer able to tolerate the damages suffered by the incursions, the Senate issued an order for the king's assassination. We Reapers were asked to ready our blades. With 3 of our fellows in tow, Galatea set on the cover of night and infiltrated the enemy fortress. Their mission was a great success, which soon put the enemy forces to rout. See, so these were all the Reapers stuff? Trainee warning notice. Aspirants are reminded not to approach the figures of the Pale Harvest without express permission. They should be treated as no less reverence than Galatea herself, and are hardly any less dangerous. Only those who successfully forge a pact with an avatar may spa with the Galatea Parva. They serve to refine one's use of invocations and tactical coordination. Ah! The Galatea Magna, however, is reserved for those who are able to serve as hosts to their avatar. This perilous mannequin is designed to push a Reaper their limits, if not beyond them. Learn to walk in Death's shadow, and you shall know no fear. Interesting. I guess I can't be surprised that the Reapers would, have some questionable ways of going about it. But it also means they'd be refining their techniques. Emperor Solus is convinced this Magitech will spark revolution warfare as we know it. As he devotes further resources to its advancements, our arts continue to fall out of favor. I fear the age of the Reapers come to an end. After all our forebears sacrificed for the good of the Empire, the blood spilled, lives lost. They were dared deem us relics of a bygone era. Indeed, they relieve the future lives with this quote-unquote Reaper battle armor. Well, this adds some context as to why they named the armor that. Yeah, it looks like the lag's gone, so I should be in good shape now. Don't know what the deal was with that. Yeah, player tanks would probably stun that, so the AoE wouldn't go out, but I'm not going to, yeah. The NPC tanks are not quite as good at that. Probably shouldn't use the super mode here, Reaper mode, when the mini boss is right there, but who cares? Joker of aiming. Dollmaster's memorandum. What's this? Maintenance of the Galatea. It must be handled with the utmost of care. The delicate art of their making has long since been lost, making repairs difficult and reproduction all but impossible. The knowledge was kept secret, passed down by those who inherit the position of Master Dollmaker, that is, until one man chose to break the tradition. He claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of unparalleled beauty, but we never learned the truth of it. Only thing is certain is the forebears left with him. Galatea is supposed to be based off an ancient Greek statue that a man loved so much it came to life. Interesting. the Magna. Well, this is specifically to test a Reaper's ability to fuse with the magic puppets here? Well, they said, and equipped for combat training, how delightful. Well, they say they're here to train a Reapers who have the ability to fuse with their avatar, so let's see how good it is at that, shall we? Leave no openings. Your strike must be quick and decisive. You want faster lashes? Here you go. Oopsie. Oh, whatever. Oopsie. This includes basic training, commencing crack. Advanced training regimen. Ha! Glad I remember a few tricks. I don't know what this is, but the fact everyone's going here implies to me this is where I want to be. Probably didn't need to do that, but I don't care. I felt like it. There we are. Equal to Drasilia. Extraordinary. Come, let us make haste. Oh, glad to know I passed the class. Uh-oh. Fons Manalis. Ah, so the boss is the Fawns from Happy Days. Oh god, that startled me.
No mercy.
There we go. Oh yeah, I need to reapply this. I don't want to waste my super mode with this thing about to die, so let's not then, shall we? Ah. Good thing my weapon glows in this dark place. Aha. Alright, I should probably open the chest. Nothing major, but it could help. Visitant monk. I don't really want to use the buff when the boss is right there, so whatever's here, let's how'd I forget to apply these? Usually I'm good at applying them. Alright, who is this boss here? Whose ass needs some kicking? Important DPS trick whenever the okay, I guess I will need this.
Out of my way.
These guys are a bit tougher than I was expecting, so maybe it's a bit of a waste, but I'm gonna use the super mode on it anyway. Phew. There's the boss arena, whatever this is. And I do have enough for another activation of Reaper mode immediately upon getting in there. Mapping the realm, Lapis Manalis.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Kanyatso!
Wait, that's how it's been pronounced all this time? Ever since Final Fantasy IV, I've been calling him Cognazo. You mean I've been getting it wrong for these almost 30 years? Huh. Well, I guess that's probably why they decided to have him say it out loud, because they knew there'd be people who did, in fact, make that mistake.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint.
Well, if you don't want me to hold back, buddy, I won't. Just for you, as a treat. What a coincidence, so do I. I don't know if I want to be standing here.
Drink deep of blackest terror.
Let's give them a show.
I don't know if I can hit him while he was moving, but I probably should have at least tried.
Wonder how you'll taste. I am of the first brew. That is the show where the appetite.
I can't even target him. How annoying. Well, he's just being a dick by attacking while we're busy. I believe the four fiends of Final Fantasy IV all have names from Dante's Divine Comedy.
What? That's right. How do you like this?
Oh my, am I supposed to get away or get close? Ah, I see. Alright, yeah, I can still hit him here. Well, you're just being an asshole now, aren't you?
Why are you still alive?
Because clearly you suck at this job. Maybe you should consider a career change. Let's get Blade Dance down on here, since that's going to be stronger than Alice's. A bit risky, but I think it was worth it. Chopped a good 6% of his life off. Not half bad.
No mercy.
There we go, we got him. That was a bit slow because I messed up a good amount, but doesn't have to be the smoothest victory. Interesting, so 2 of the 4 fiends are boss fights. Then again, it does feel like this expansion's been treating dungeon bosses a bit more serious than before. I mean, during the whole lead up to Endwalker, they were advertising the Mega Sisters and the and Anima quite a bit, and they ended up being dungeon bosses rather than the trial fights like everyone thought. Now, that could have been to avoid spoilers, but well, I don't think it was a coincidence that Scarmiglione ended up being a dungeon boss too. So yet goes yet another Archfiend. Well, that was a challenge. Don't you have anything to say, Alphino? Why do you suppose they chose here for their lair? I feel your presence, sister. Where are you? That they could open so large a gate is troubling. I've never seen such a void sent with such command over water. Striking is monk and samurai gear, which I don't have a use for. Unfortunate.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo.
Hold on, so there we are.
A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
I dare say what you felt was this.
Self.
By the sisters. What have you done to Ashdaya?
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez.
Is she Lord Golbez?
Assuming you've the strength to face him. A pity I will not see the plan to fruition. But my part is done. And to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great.
At least him dying here means we don't have to find some gimmick to force him into death like we did with Barbarica and Scarmiglione. Well, the good news is we closed the Void Gate, at the very least. There's a big
By
one,
the
too.
gate's closing, there can be no doubt that the one who opened it.
And whatever it was he was after, he said he's already succeeded.
Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
Fortunately, she's been broken to parts.
She's likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
True, this is only her eye we found, not the rest of her.
So what now?
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more void scent.
Alright, sounds good to me.
Very well. let us take a moment to consider our options.
Why does he look so defeated? We're close to finding his sister, did we not? That they should go so far as to use Asdaya's eye as bait. What could they be after? Yeah. He directly said that his job was over, meaning even though we killed him and closed his gate, he still succeeded. Even though he didn't kill very many, if any, he only killed few, if any, from the Garlemald camp, he still succeeded. So what was his goal? Asdaya. Can't fly in here. Nor can I go in the water. I was gonna see if Alphino's around, but I don't think he's spawned anywhere. I guess I can take a quick look just to be safe. I don't want to have to be zoning to somewhere else though, so if he's not here before the zone marker, I'm just gonna... yeah. Get passage to joining. The King of the Mountain. Alphino might be somewhere on the outside, but I'm not sure if I want to go backtrack through the entire dungeon just to find him, especially since I can't fly to get the boosted speed. Plus, I probably shouldn't be losing focus of our main goal. We came to find the truth of Ashdaya. I guess the only thing that must have been the goal is to simply give the message, go seek Golbez. It seemed like... I wasn't sure if maybe... I thought maybe Golbez was Ashdaya being corrupted by the Dark Ether, but that doesn't appear to be the case, given that, we saw Golbez and the dragon's body there, but come to think of it, they do have the ability to split themselves. I mean, Varshan here is an avatar of Vitra. It's possible that Golbez is indeed Ashdaya's avatar as well in a similar fashion. So, we've discovered the source of the Voidsent outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I would see little reason why the Reapers chose to live in such an inhospitable place. Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend through. Opening one that large could not have been easy. In the age of the Alec, Emperor Zan created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible within the Void. One need but have the requisite amount of ether, such as that firebird within a great worm's eye. And its ether is indeed greatly diminished. In Koda's vision, Golbez let his archfiends feed upon Ashdaya's ether. If he has also taken the eye to open this gate, there must be more of her left then, right? Does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. Even if she is already gone, I'm sure he'd at least appreciate the closure, you know? What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Ashdaya has vanished to the void. And while their overarching plan is a mystery, what is Haidnayo's part in which he had finished? If it was just to deliver the message of come to Golbez, then I would assume that was part of it. I assume that might be it, but that's quite a bit. But then again, I suppose... Ooh, we can now enter with NPC avatars. If his intent was Parting words to give us pause, and he succeeded. To embrace death, to find satisfaction in oblivion. Perhaps indeed true that many void sent yearn to return to the life stream. The Eye explains how they managed to cross over, but we still don't know why they chose this location and time. That's true, even if their only goal was to tempt Vitra back into the void to meet with his sister. For whatever reason, or for Golbez to steal his ether or whatever, why not do it 5,000 years ago, when he was a lot younger and, you know, less... Well, like, he might have been... We don't know if he's... I don't know if he's less powerful, honestly. I don't think it's mentioned. After all, we have to remember, 5,000 years for dragons is, not nearly that long. Vitra may not be nearly as powerful as Midgard Sormir, but Midgard Sormir is so powerful that even dying is basically just an afternoon nap for him, so... He's definitely got a lot more power behind him than most things in this world, that's for sure. We're 6 undefeated. We're closer to finding his sister, are we not? Oh, Ashdaya, what has become of you? That even her eye should be so spent of ether. I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer, but how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Vitra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. Ah, you're alright, you're alright. In the meantime, I'll help Alphino and Alice back the village. Sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. Pray, give me a moment longer. Ah, yeah, I guess Alphino must have been spawned somewhere else. Then, because if you recall, I did go directly to the edge of the cavern in here, and yet he wasn't there at all. Or, oh no, it's saying to go through there. Yeah, it's saying to zone. So I guess he must have been further out, backtracking the dungeon. I just didn't feel like going back that far. Well, that's what I get for my laziness, isn't it? That would be quite embarrassing for someone capable of shame. And of course, it was right out here, huh? Let Vitra be. He needs time alone to be with his thoughts. We're here to help Alphino and Alice. There's a little of interest, so I would be opposed to a diversion. Let's take comfort in the knowledge that the Void Gate's closed, and the people of Garlemald need fear the Void-sent hordes no longer. Oh, you've come too. I don't see Vitra with you. Is everything alright? He needs a moment to himself. While he's indisposed, we thought we'd lend you a hand. Oh, I just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of any more void sent. I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate's been closed. As for Alcino, he set his sights on the Cerulean Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. We've managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you have a mind to scrounge up more containers, I could take what you have now and get them filled. Thank you, Stinian. The more we can load in the snowcraft, the better. Would you and Stola mind helping our search as well? You'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring, then back the snowcraft once you fill them. Sure, it'd be a waste to use this strength of mine for purely killing things. I am a strength-based job, after all. Search for a leak-proof container. Bottomless barrel. It's less a container and more of a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. Will this be solid enough? Any luck finding a container? Dilapidated barrel. There's less container. It's a welcome change to have Zero helping of her own volition. Perhaps she's finally beginning to trust us. Hole-poked barrel. What's a save definition here? It's a utensil consisting of... Oh, it's basically those kitchen utensils with a mesh. Basically think like a ladle, but with a mesh instead of a solid cup. It's used for straining. Okay, that makes sense. You know, the weirdest part is I'm pretty sure I actually have one of those in my kitchen, but I don't actually remember the name. Guess that shows off when I cook spaghetti or other things that might need it. I'm more of a ravioli fan myself. The container appears to be well suited. It'd be a fine choice for cerulean storage. I certainly appreciate the game allowing me to use my mount here. Well, if I'm going to use a mount, I should probably use one with a unique theme to it. So the ones from the primals would be a good idea. I think I'm only missing a couple of the birds for the firebird mount. I might want to farm that off stream, and I say off stream because it might take a while, and I don't know if I can do it solo. I might just grab a friend, FC mate or whatever, just to... I'm pretty sure I can... I've done a couple duos for some of the Stormblood Primal, so I could probably... handle it. Yeah, the drop rates aren't too bad for anything that's not current content, but at the same time, it's still, I worry it wouldn't be nearly as interesting to... You know, I should probably use the mount like I was promising. I guess Nidog's fine. Yeah, I think I'm only missing, Thordans and, Zervans for the Firebird mount. So those probably won't be too rough. Using to carry this liquid fire, the snowcraft seems simple enough. Liquid fire, a funny way to put it, but not wrong, really. The container's now filled to the brim. If that's one been filled, you should hurry and take the snowcraft. Estinian's already seen the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Though I guess now that I think about it, I might be able to do the Stormblood ones with a small party as well. Good work, my friend. I expect we'll have a sizable load to deliver. Snowcraft is all but overflowing with cerulean containers. However, several comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you an affordable view of their return. I'm not one of those people who fusses over 100% completion, but I guess with each expansion that comes, the general power creep of the game does make it a bit easier to handle the older content. Well, good to know that there was
Is Ritra not back yet?
Well, I guess he's got a lot on his mind.
My apologies for the delay.
Hey, sometimes you need to take all the time you need.
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her. Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all, after which you may undertake your work without worry.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because comrades look out for one another, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
Must apologize for my bout of melancholy. To be so easily shaken, ill becomes a great worm. You've remained at my side and offered me support and encouragement. I haven't the words to thank you. The Ajdaya's eye hasn't succumbed to darkness, bespeaks her incredible resilience, so let's trust as a sign she yet lives and be not deterred in our efforts. Future has quelled the tempest within his heart. We should be fine. I'm not your keeper, nor do I know what you expect of me, but I will keep my word at the very least. It was good seeing you again. Hope you'll remember to call on us sooner or the next time you need help. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we'll pray for safety at all the times. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care. Until next time. Till next time. I must apologize. Oh, they're just repeating the same thing? Yeah. Alright then, I guess the path's barred. Zero wishes to know your next destination. I'm alright in assuming we're to return to the Void. Now that matters have been settled here, yes, but first we must go to Razahan to prepare. When everyone's ready, let's convene at the Mega Duda. Do 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 do. I should probably repair my gear before we do anything else. Especially since I'm highly likely to be... there's probably going to be... No, we already had it. Hard to say. Sometimes there's multiple duty fights. Guess we'll have to see. Sometimes it's easier to find a location on a map than by name. Waiting, waiting. These areas are such a hustle and bustle place with all the players around. It's a shame it's probably going to end up a ghost town like the previous ones after
If
the next
everyone
expansion.
is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Well, maybe not. As I mentioned, Charlene feels like a really well-designed city, so people might still use that as a hub place to go simply because, well, everything is perfectly centered around the aetheryte in which you teleport in, you know? You don't even have to go to the Ethernet or anything. You basically just have to... It's just a short walk to anywhere you need. That looks slightly concerning. Please tell me that was just your alchemist working on something.
What was that?
It wasn't just your alchemist working on something, was it?
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom. A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Well, if it's a blasphemy, I know what to do.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you. Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Karnyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait. You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
True, while Vitra has recently come out with his dragon form, not everyone is aware of it. Word's still spreading on that, after all. Don't worry, I'll see the fiend.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the isle for casualties. As you wish. The fiend is yours. The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany him?
Very well.
Didn't ask for payment this time, nor did she try to explain it.
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
We know that the fiend was headed north. That leaves a lot of ground for us to cover. We need a way to conduct our search. Do you have any ideas? I know people might have seen something. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it best, then very well. Where to, then? To the Great Work and the encampment at the Hamas Hatchery. If both places are to the north, then the people may indeed have seen something. Very well, I'll go to the Great Work and I'll leave the encampment to you. Here. After this, I have the point 4 patch storyline left to do, as well as the finale to the Pandemonium raids. The 24-player raids finale is not out yet, so that's something that'll be interesting. Now that I could speak with some friends about it without without risk of spoiler, there's a lot of them mentioned that they think that raid is probably more to answer unanswered finish off some unanswered questions rather than make any big special reveals, and I kind of get where that's coming from. I don't expect it to be anything all that big myself either, but you never know. After all, it still is odd that they had us fight 2-1 at one point, because that still means there's going to be one last fight that's not taken up yet. Saw the light over at the Remnants too. Did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We'll continue to keep watch, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. Fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Remnants for heading north, you say? Thought it was a ball of flame flung from the explosion, but now I wonder. It flew north in the direction of Kadga. If it is in fact a fiend, we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Baflu Remnants as well. We've yet to precisely ascertain what happened. Is there any information you could share with us? A fiend emerged from the explosion, flew towards Kadga. Why, the sisters? Had I learned this sooner? Never mind, there's no time to waste. It's here. King Urchin Loaf. King Urchin corals mixed with mushrooms and herbs, then returned to the urchin shell and baked till delightfully spongy. Melon juice. Paralyzingly delicious. Juice squeezed from thunder melons. Something tells me that paralysis statement may be more literal than they're supposed to sound. Garlian pizza. Ooh. Heaps of garlian cheese baked to perfection. This flatbread may well rival certain soups in its ability to partake takers to tears. Lohan rump steak. This lohan had a heart as tender as its rump. Its passage was a tragedy indeed. All these delicious descriptions and then just a silly joke. Whatever. I'm in the mood for pizza. Anyone else in the mood for pizza? Ah, it's not listed. Presumably to avoid spoilers, I'd wager. Desires untold. Now praise the situation. Nabdeen is eager to take action. Confound it. We were so concerned with the explosion, we failed to recognize the threat not yet passed. We must alert the command and instruct people to seek shelter. Is there a way to the top of the Is there a way to the top of it? What, you mean to go there and investigate? Odds are something there needs to be killed, and I'm pretty good at killing. Well, you are more capable of defending yourself. As you wish, we'll leave it in your hands. The Giant's Gall grounds are situated at the base of Kadga. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. What dear, for an instance, he's worked the longest. Go, my friend, may the sisters keep... Alright, let's see. While I'm traveling here. Alrighty. Oh, this is a lot quicker than I thought it'd be, actually. Giant Skull Grounds. The Final Witness. Now, that's a pretty good title to have. That's what you get for beating Bahamut in the last fight of the Bahamut raids. It's about as difficult as you'd imagine, at least at its release. I imagine it's a lot easier now, but yeah. You want to climb Kaga? Oh. You couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. If you're determined to go, I suggest you speak with some Schrammel. He climbs like a langer and he might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. Alrighty. Guess while I'm here, I could say the next stream immediately is going to be the next case in Tyron Cuthbert. I thought it was Tyrion Cuthbert, but I'm told it was pronounced Tyron. Then I'm going to have the Tuesday multi-stream with my buddies. I believe we're doing Remnant 2, and I'll be back to the next part of the storyline around Thursday. So I should probably write out a stream schedule for stuff like this. But I guess it is subject to change. Or at least not when it's, except for the Tuesday one. That relies on schedules of my buddies, and I don't want to screw up their schedules unless something important for me comes up. How to reach the top. After what's happened, that should be the last place anyone should want to be. But yes, I'm familiar with another route that should be passable. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. But I cannot say I have the courage to brave under these conditions. I'll take you where the route starts, but no further. Got it? We have no choice. Something up there that needs killing, and I'm the best one for the job.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hola,
We
Stola.
were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
Well, that sucks.
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void.
So that's what the Water Fiend meant when he said that whether even though he's dying and he barely killed anyone, he still accomplished his goal. He distracted us enough so that they could destroy our passage in there.
Anyatso and Ashdia's eye were a diversion.
Exactly.
A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
A red cloak, huh? The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Such an exquisite sight. The canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
Are you the one who destroyed the treasure vault?
I am. Rubicante, the archfiend of fire.
I believe he's the most popular of the Archfiends. Which makes sense, because in Final Fantasy IV he had the absolute most character development of all of them, bar none.
A monster in flesh. Yet in spirit I remain a man. A prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world. Until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon. But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse.
I got my scythe ready.
I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
Mount Ordeals is now accessible. So we have the trial fight of the last patch. Ooh, this might take a while to reach. Well, there's a few things I can do that can buy us some time. But it can't be something that will take up our, that I can't immediately cancel. Let's see here. White Mage is what I need to level. I haven't I haven't set up any of the skills or anything here, but I can do the tribal quest for this area to give it some experience. And I think that's a good one to go with, simply because, yeah. Simply because if, no matter what I'm in the middle of, I can always cancel it and come back to it later. So even if the duty pops while I'm halfway through, I should be fine. Oh, also, I found out why I wasn't able to unlock the Loporrit tribe quests in the last stream. It was because I was in the wrong place. Apparently, Dreaming Way moves to Old Sharlayan after you complete his regular quest, and from there is where you unlock it. I'll do this as White Mage just because that one's the closest one to getting to 90. Oh, something here? Oh, I see. Alright, yeah, this one has to be done with a specific mount. Keyword, I think keyword think that the mount you buy from them can do it, since you also have the ability to throw those, but it might require the quest one. I guess I'll find out if the thing pops while I'm doing the quest, I suppose. If it still takes too long, I'll head over to Sharlayan and pick up the quest from Dreaming Way. You wouldn't be carrying blue, would you? Blue. I believe there's one for each color. Now, I believe there's someone over here. Yeah, there is. Wouldn't happen to have any red now, would you? Such a beautiful, vibrant color, distinctive, pleasant aroma. Hippo riders know just what the island needs. Excellent. Alright, now I need to go this way to finish this next one with the nervous rider. I see. Yeah, I just need to find him and give him some advice if I remember that quest right. I don't think Rubicante should be too rough since this is normal mode. I didn't bother looking up the mechanics or anything. I tried to go here completely fresh, although this does mean the 4 fiends are all dealt with in this one expansion. Quite expediting the process, I must say. Because if I remember right, as of the time of this streaming, the game is in the middle of the 6.4 patch, which means there's still a 0.5. This may be the only this expansion for combat jobs, but it's nice that they don't even, half of these quests don't even have combat in them, as you've seen, really. Because I don't think, yeah, none of the here's required. You just had to give advice to one guy, you throw the gulals, the spheres at people here, and this last quest, I can tell you right now, is just picking flowers. Picking herbs, technically, but yeah. So no combat at all, so that's how I'm able to level this job despite not having my hotkeys or anything in order. Yeah, and this driver here at the top of the bottom, the exclamation points, those are just if you haven't unlocked the ability to fly yet, so you can still do the quests even if you haven't gotten all of the ether, right? Even if you haven't unlocked flying in the area, I mean. Pretty good idea, I think. I imagine most people did what I did and just rushed the unlocking flying in each area after completing the main story, but it's not like there's a huge rush in a lot of cases. And that's all 4. Looks like this is taking a bit, so I might go ahead and help out Dreaming Way. Uneasy decent. Oh yeah, I haven't done any of the White Mage job quests in quite a while. I need to do those. Found the flowers? Here. Yeah, those are the ones in great condition. Aqua Veil unlocked. Reduces damage taken by a party member or self by 15. See here, I guess I could take a look at my class jobs. White Mage is the last one I need to level in order to complete that one. Black Mage I still need to get doing as well, but I also... Oh, I see. Yeah, I need to do the Shadowbringer ones if I want to level Black Mage. Then once I get to 80 here. Let's see here. You can probably see my favorites in each category here. I think Gunbreaker got to 90 because... I was using Gunbreaker in a lot of previous streams, but then I remembered, oh yeah, I was using a lot in PvP, and that sky level rocketed its levels for a while. Dark Knight's still pretty fun, too. It's got a really big opener, but after that I worry I'm not doing particularly well, but... I guess as long as you're not dying and you're keeping the aggro off enemy as you're doing your job, when you're a tank, I mean. Monk's probably my least favorite, but I do need to level it sooner or later. Likewise, I need to get Warrior and Paladin up, if only so that I don't have to carry around so much old and outdated gear here. At least soon I can throw out any healer gear that's not max level, which will be nice. Same with caster gear. Again, I just need to get Black Mage maxed out. Although Blue Mage is a bit of a unique case, so I don't think we can count that. I should absolutely stop being lazy and get Bard and Machinist up as well. Again, if only so I can throw out all non-outdated gear. But I guess the Paladin and Warriors are the most. I really have some weird job preferences. My favorite healer used to be Astro, but it's been through so many reworks that I guess I've just kind of favored Sage. But even then, I don't heal very much, period. When I'm not a DPS, I'm usually a Dark Knight or Gunbreaker these days. In fact, during the last stream, I checked, and I was actually a Gunbreaker against Barbarica. Although, unfortunately, I got my ass kicked because I'm not a very good tank. I mean, I did pretty badly in that dungeon over there. But shut up. Samurai is also one I wasn't too big a fan of the redesigns of. Although, again, I was using it a lot in PvP for a while as well. I really do like how Endwalker redid the whole PvP system. It actually made me look forward to some of the stuff like the MOBA mode, although unfortunately no one plays that mode unless there's a Moogle Tome event going on to, you know, motivate people to play it when they normally wouldn't. Now let's see here. Are my inventories packed? Yes, they're packed. The Radiance, Ring of Slaying. Let's see here. Ravel Keeper's Ring of Slaying. $86. Guess I can disassemble this one. Let me grab a sip of my drink while I'm waiting here too. Ah, phew. Ooh, grade 5 Alkalest. I'll have to look into that later, a little later. I don't need the Limbo Ring of Slaying anymore, so I'll also take that out. And desynthesize it. My big break is almost complete. I don't think I have a goldsmith's hammer, actually. Old Charlian. Yep, and here's Dreaming Way, the one I looked all over the whole place to try and find. A bit expensive. Goldsmith, ooh. Yeah, if I'm gonna do a level 8, it has to be Culinarian or Alchemist. Dwarven Mithril. It doesn't need to be good, I just need to have it. There. In fact, this equipping event gear shows you that I don't have anything good for this. Must be dreaming way. He's looking every which way. Go to my friend, chum, pal, earth and flatware. How delighted I'm to finally see you again. Hey, you do remember me, don't you? Of course, I just did your quest a few minutes ago. Well, last stream, rather. You had me worried for a moment there with how your eyes glazed over like that. They sure went out of their way to make sure the Loporrits had the cutest animations. In any case, I'm truly glad to find you at last. Aetherius is quite a bit larger than one anticipates, isn't it? And is it ever so intact? A touch of widespread destruction, yes, but you and your friends did a remarkable job of saving it. I can see why you prefer to stay, really I do. But you must understand, you've left a fair few of my fellow Laportes in a bit of a bind. The sole purpose in life was to prepare the moon for mankind. Now that you're not coming, well, they're depressed, not to mention bored. I know what it's like to while away the days drifting from one dull task to another, occasionally bumping into walls. You've managed to set me to rights, though. My days of listlessness are over, and I'm happier pursuing music than I was ever before, so I wondered... could you not help my fellow Laportes as you did me? Me? Not by yourself, of course. I promise I'll be every hop, skip, and jump all the way. And you'd agree? It'd be best if you met the Laportes and question yourself, so please join me at Bestway Burrows as soon as you're able. Thank you. We're in a sorry state at the moment, but I'm sure we could find some way to help. Ooh, that's really rough. I guess I could queue as a tank to try and get Rubicante that way. But at the same time, I'm not very confident. I mean, I completely humiliated myself against Barbarica. And my gear is not much better if we're completely blunt. Camping Way. Oh, hey, there's Dreaming Way. Welcome, Coda. Now that you're here, you'll likely notice that some of the Laportes seem a bit floppy. Perhaps if you speak with them, you can get a clear understanding of their plight. Once you're done, we shall formulate a plan of action. Yeah, I have absolutely... Name of elements, brand of elements, what? Patient touch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redo all these later. For now, let's just get them out in here. Here, what do I want for the crafter mount? Summon forth your hound, blessed wolf, who shall not be bound by such corporal laws like gravity and aerodynamics. I do, of course, have Kieran, because I completed all these. You know, let's go with this one. listless Loporrit. Think my carrots will remain untasted by mankind, and will the Loporrits day in day out eat carrots, grow carrots, eat carrots again? It's as if the carrots are growing us. Was this their blood all along? Why am I so sad? Oh no, perhaps because my entire life's work was for naught? What a question. Yeah, free representative from Atheres have come to visit Living Wade's new archive, but it's not the same. The moon is supposed to be hustling, bustling, even with people who would all live happily ever after in our wondrous residential facilities, but not a single one of you has moved in. Interesting. I wonder if they'll unlock housing in this housing on the moon eventually. A bit goofy, but hey, the Master Role quest had it. And I see some Laportes are still in stasis, for whatever reason. I feel like how so many of these mounts have their own unique theme to them. Not suffer the burden of a soul unbloodied and therefore unworthy. Yeah, this one was the one that took the longest to unlock out of the Garo event. It requires you to win a large number of PvP maps, long story short. And, yeah, cards on table, it's a major crapshoot whether it'll even work or not. Oh, wait, I do have Thordens. Let's see. Hold on, where are the actions? Here are actions traits. And where's the general commands? Sprint. So it looks like, huh, I guess I'm only missing Zervans then. Interesting. Nowadays I could probably skip Soar solo. You know, funny thing, I was actually taking a break when Zervan came here, so I missed the whole skip Soar drama that went on. I'm not too worried on that anymore because, well, sheer passage of time has fixed that issue. You know, these days simply feel bad. When the carrots taste bland, nothing sounds fun. You don't want to talk to your friends even though they're right there. Well, all my days are those days now. Well, I guess I can get feeling bereft of purpose, that's for certain. Well, alright, while I'm waiting here, let me check my mounts again. Alright, so trial fights. Bismarck, Ravana, Thornton, Sephiroth, Nidhogg, Sophia. No Zervan. Hold on. Let's see here. Heaven's Ward Trials. Here we are. Ravana, Bismarck, Thornton, Sephiroth, Zervan. Are you telling me I've had all of the birds to have the unlock the firebird and I just never did? Well, I guess I now know what I'm doing on stream. Alright, I've already unlocked those. Alright then. I guess we're going to Idleshire after this. I see from your face you've met some wayward ways. Depressing, isn't it? I wish I knew how to bring them out of the doldrums. Do you have any ideas? Why not start by telling them your dream? They need to find dreams of their own, maybe someone else. I mean the one about the carrot the size of the starships, or oh my dream. Carrot, he had a dream about the carrot the size of a starship. Each of my fellows had their own dream. If each had their own dream to guide them, they'd be cured of their melancholy, surely as I was. Of course, finding one's dream is easier said than done. Perhaps we can help them find their respective ways by introducing the myriad options available. It took significant trial and error in my case, after all. If we get enough Loporrits who have dreams together in a centralized location, that should make for a decent start. We simply show my listless fellows the fun to be had in various pursuits, and bam, they'll be struck with inspiration so hard we'll have to carry them out on stretchers. An operation of this scale will require permission from Livingway, though, and I am but one of the frankly excessive number of lords under her authority. As she often reminds us, our passing whims must be processed in the order they're received. Your whims, on the other hand, are practically the whims of Atheres herself and should be prioritized accordingly. You'll lend your support to my petition, won't you? This does seem like a rather important thing, yeah. I suppose it might be good to throw my weight around. I genuinely have no idea how I forgot I had all of these. But that's fine. Oh. What? Oh, here's the Dreaming Way. It's her. Quickly put on your best perseverant theories with high hopes for the future face. You know, I really do like the Common Rider boots from the event. I might have to incorporate them into some of my outfits. The shoes are always the one I'm usually stuck on for the longest time, so it might help. Why, Coda, it's a pleasure to see you. May I say, you're looking exactly especially person-like today. And Dreaming Way besides, something I can assist you with? I have yet to find a willing instructor in the Ishgardian Horn, I'm afraid. Oh, that is, that is to say, you'll have doubtless noticed that many of Loporrit's fur is looking less sleek lately. So what can be done about it? I see. I have been grappling with the self-same concern. Large enough projects though the Excitatron are, they're simply insufficient to occupy everyone else. So I say, why not? We have a whole moon at our disposal, and there's no reason a small portion of it can't be dedicated to Loporrit enrichment. I even know a few folks that would certainly be willing to share their dreams. Wait just a moment. And here they are. First, allow me to introduce Coining Way. They have a zest for monetary matters big and small, a dream of minting their own currency. Though your venue will primarily be a marketplace of dreams, you shall doubtless require a more tangible system to ensure your collaborators are compensated fairly. That, I dare say, is where I come in. Rest assured your participation in my experimental market will be invaluable in improving the moon's viability as an economic power. Managing Way here will be happy to join you. They're responsible for determining the layout of facilities, deadlining development projects, ensuring goals are met by each work division, and other such administrative matters. I would be surprised Managing Way wasn't the one in charge instead of Living Way, but... oh, whatever. Unfortunately, with the Exodus cancels, much of their work's dried up, and it's been difficult to find other suitable outlets for their enthusiasm. According to my projections, each and every stage of this project needs to be strictly scheduled to meet target metrics. Would you like to see my charts? Ooh, charts. How fortunate we are to be working with true experts in, whatever it is you just said. As well as Coda, of course. You'll be staying, I suppose. I'm going to be going around here. There's no greater expert in helping Loporrits find dreams than you, even should we scour the moon, nay, the universe. If I may. We will require a skilled artisan if we're to meet our goals. My files indicate you have significant experience in this area. I've already added your name to the list of staff. It would be disruptive to remove it now, so I too must ask for your cooperation. Well, I suppose we can build some dreams. Phew, I feel much better knowing you'll be here to help. You try to avoid causing Code undue trouble, yes? Now, I've taken the liberty of designating a space for your activities. Just beyond the door is a room which we never assigned a real purpose. We've thought of using it for storage, but no one would be terribly put out if you were to use it for your venue. I cannot thank you enough, Living Way. I suppose the best way to show my gratitude would be put that room and my staff here to good use. Come along, everyone. I fear they know not what trials lie in wait, one trial in particular. Whatever shall we do with their most wayward way? Speak with Dreaming Way again. Ah, so this is what the Hoper's Hold was for. I was thinking, wait, did we go in here some point during the story? We must have, and I just forgot. Dreaming supporter. Greetings, the supporter has been programmed to assist with dreaming-related needs. Today's automatically generated suggestion is Chocobo Jousting. I must say, I was expecting a glorified closet, but this location's not that bad. There. Yes, this layout will maximize efficiency. I didn't think it was possible to dream any bigger than I already have, but look at this place. Still needs a lot of work before we can open up to the dreamless public. However, without further ado, if I may. Before we begin to build, it's vital we clarify our vision to ensure the clarity of purpose and stoke the flames of motivation. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves giving up halfway through, or worse, executing inefficient processes. I see. In that case, I suppose my vision is to build a stage for musical performances. That is my dream, after all. We'll also acquire a commercial area within where my new currency can change paws. I imagine we might procure a variety of merchandise as well. No objections here. Then I presume you'll take care of the more tedious labor. Meanwhile, I shall be polishing my currency and meditating upon the finer points of value determination. I can scarcely wait to begin pricing. As far as labor is concerned, I'll be happy to conduct building wing services. Contract building wing services. The construction systems at his disposal shall see a task carried out much swifter. That said, the components we use will be greatly benefit from master craftsman touch. That's to be your responsibility. I like your attitude. I can see that you'll go far here. For the moment, we should focus on creating varnish for Dreaming Way stage. It's vital we prevent errant splinters from hindering our performance potential. Do you mind the aesthetics as well? I've taken charge of inventory, so you need only deliver the fruits of your labor to me. That should be everything you need, but if you require additional ones, you'll find the Dreaming supporter fully stocked. This recipe is special recipe, level-based, special. Tribal quests. Loporrit. Musicking station components. They don't need to be high quality, it looks like. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do that. I don't have the gear for it. There's necessarily in a possession. Require all be used before more provided. Shall not be used. However, you'll not receive the item. Let's see if I can actually make this thing first of all. Yeah, I need actual gear. I'll have to worry about it later then. And it's costing more than 30 minutes for that. Alright, that's fine. I'll just get some actual gear then. I don't need anything expensive, I don't believe. These are usually not difficult recipes in any way, shape, or form. The question is, will I have it? They'll only be cheap enough. Oh, it's ready! I was thinking of changing to, Here we are. Mount Ordeal. So I was thinking of changing over to, a tank to expedite the process, but I guess that wasn't needed in the end after all, which is good because my gear for my Reaper is significantly better. Most notably, the weapon. I actually do have an item level 620 weapon for Reaper, but it's only 590 for my tanks, and neither of them are going to like having the main tank with that. Not when I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure the generic people I'm going to be partied with are going to have way stronger gear than even my Reaper, if we're honest. Autarch of Flame, Rubicante.
You stayed the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come! The archfiend of fire has no equal. The glory of fire. Blaze delicious.
What is this gimmick here? Something tells me I'm gonna want to follow the party here.
Dark flames to me.
How did that miss me? That really shouldn't have missed me, but it did. I certainly hope the party knows what they're doing.
Naught but ash will remain.
Flames to lick your heels. Dark flames to me!
Alright, there we go. I'm a bit too far, so I'm just gonna have to use
Will render.
to me, servants of flame. Flame scent. Alright, here comes the ultimate.
Allow me to show you real.
Blazing Rapture.
You spread worthy enough to try. But will it be enough? I am one with the flame. You are the first to hold this orb.
Oh, he has an even stronger form.
The flames rise higher. Look now on my essence made pure. Destruction incarnate. I shall tear you asunder!
The torment of his heart is made manifest.
Flames to lick your heels.
Alright, so where's this going here?
Dark flames to me!
The end. The end. You have anything to say, buddy? Guess he's waiting until the cutscene. Alrighty, there we go.
It seems I was a step too slow.
To defeat all of us archfiends, you are strong indeed.
Why do you fight? Or what is it that you and Golbez seek?
You would know your enemy's heart. Very well. It bleeds more than you can ever understand. But I will speak, and you will listen, and learn how all began.
Ah, alright, we'll use the echo to see it. Alright. Back when they were all just regular void scent monsters.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath? Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains? But you are different. You remember who you were and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
There is no hope, no freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth, the Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14. There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. A reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own. Count me in.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause. A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
And thus did we begin our great work.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the source?
Simple and
Just
straightforward,
so.
but...
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
The four fiends.
So in turn, you wage another.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken.
Hey, I was able to bring back a world
Even the
lost to
most
light.
exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
Yeah, I was able to bring back a world that was lost to light. I can clearly figure something out for dealing with a world lost to darkness.
I don't know. About this and a great many things. But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another. I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
Why are you telling us this?
To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last. And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart.
Ah, so he's hoping we can save Golbez somehow.
A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
This world, he can finally achieve his goal of achieving, well, the end of immortality. Perhaps is the better way to put it. It's a bit awkward to refer to it as the quote-unquote gift of death or something like that. But in his case, it's more of the end of immortality. And indeed, immortality, as great as immortality seems at a glance, it's definitely one of those those gifts, rewards that can easily become a curse after a certain length of time. My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation, but I'm glad we arrived in time to speak with the Bacante. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there's a better way, yours. Future you strive for is the one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way, why this fire burns in my breast. Gods revel, lands tremble. Zero is already contemplating your next move. There's nothing more for us here. What of Azadal's legacy? Has there been word from Ishtola and the others? Unfortunately, it seems Conte already destroyed it. I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better that the gate destroyed than to use it to unleash more void scent. We should return to the Mega Dude and rejoin the others. Do 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 do. And yes, I see the Hildebrand unlock. I'm gonna speak with a friend of mine to see if I can do that on stream or if it's going to be something I'm gonna have to do off stream, because if each step requires me that I finish my, requires that I finish each relic step in order to continue it, then I can't do it on stream because that's a lot of grinding. I don't mind the grind. I come from a background of far worse MMOs than this. Yeah. How should I put this? I'm old enough that when people say that WoW Classic is a hardcore MMO, I can only laugh. I'll put it that way. Now, granted, if they say it's a good mix of hardcore and casual, that makes a bit more sense, but good luck finding many who will put it that way. Seems the others are already inside. Let us join them. Good to see you both return hale and whole. Your friends arrived not too long ago. Shall I start you in? Sounds good to me.
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate.
Well, we have even more to
But tell
report.
us, how did you fare on the mountain?
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Golbez aspires to deliver void scent unto the source, where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed, void scent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
Alright, first things first, how can we prevent this?
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
Indeed. Rubicante hath deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Indeed, it didn't matter that he died. What mattered was that he'd simply
Golbez
distract us.
sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect. Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Sharlayan to look for information.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
I'm no scholar. I'll find another way to keep myself busy here.
I'm a little trained to keep that lance arm honed.
Rest assured, I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th?
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
Before you leave, I'd once again more express my gratitude. By your hand has Thavnir been saved yet again. Before you delivered my people, you helped me rediscover hope. On the side of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate in Asdal's legacy, but there must be another way to travel the void, and together we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I, too, shall have my vessel improved and ahead of us for the next foray. To achieve his ends, Golbez has sacrificed his 4 generals. Such a ruthless foe is unpredictable to the extreme, but no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to ensure he does not succeed. How interesting. We still have 2 more patches left. Does Golbez have another secret general waiting for us? Or, Ah, and he said it's on their moon. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th.
Cagnazzo and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow. In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
A lonely road, the only road that he has ever known. Ah, so the smoke is cleared. Oh, even the platforms are basically the same symbols as the Archfiend thrones. Interesting, it's almost like the moon of the others. Interesting. Yet another moon.
At long, long last, the end draws nigh. The end to life on that star, and the end to my suffering.
Oh no, it was the planet, not another moon. Hollowed and harrowed. Now this is the part for the next, let's see here, currying favor. Currying favor. Might as well finish this up to get the Loporrit questline started. Alright. Alright, that's significantly better, but... Not enough, huh? that's how I'm supposed to do it. The moon. The moon. The moon. Request of materials. Finished, if I may. Soon-to-be element of dream stage has been carefully crafted to prevent injury from frolicking Loporrits. This is precisely what I asked for. Well done, Coda. Now for reliability, I must guess you wait here during construction. Pray give us a few moments to activate the building systems. Feel the stage of my dreams. You shall prepare the joys of music for all Loporrit kind. Oh, it's a DJ stage. Impressive, if not. Even more so when we turn up the music. Oh, even the disco balls have rabbit ears. I wrote this one myself. Does it make you want to hippity-hop? Frankly, you've exceeded my expectations. Rarely the first stage of projects to success. Allow me to draw your attention to the shopping station. When you're handsomely rewarded with my original Loporrit carrots, you will doubtless enjoy spending them there. You certainly outdone yourself, though I still have my doubts as to whether you'll find anyone to purchase that slide. But wait, there's more if you kindly follow me. Not bespeaks a well-organization like plentiful financial returns like uniforms. I feel more official now. These shirts will keep our mutual goals in the forefront of our minds. A friend mentioned to me that bards and musicians often don peculiar accessories, so the glasses might be appropriate for dreaming way, and now we can locate our leader at a distance. Leader, eh? Thank you, Coining Way. They do lend a certain weight, possibility of expectation. I'll do my utmost not to disappoint. Pardon me, but what is this place? I couldn't help but follow the music, and before I know what's happening, I hopped all the way here. This, my friend, is a workshop. A workshop of dreams. That does have a nice ring to it, almost musical. In that case, feel free to stay as long as you like. I was trying to get a screenshot there. Where am I? Everyone looks so happy. I'm out of joy. No, I wish someone would tell me what to do. If I may. Do hope they find their way. Surely there's a dream out there for everyone. Thank you for helping make mine a reality. We're just getting started. There are plenty of dreams out there to make space for, and Loporrit's lure into our helpful clutches. I'm counting on you, Coda. What a ruckus. Can't they be quiet? Hopping like fools won't change anything one whit. Looks like we have the antagonist of the story arc, although in the loose sense. Dreaming Ways workshop is now open to the public. Patrons can now dance the night away, be at the musicking station, or shop until they flop at the shopping station. There's much yet to be done, however. If each Loporrit can find a new purpose, continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come. Tribal quest complete. The Dreaming Ways. Tribal quest. Your reputation has increased. Keep achieved friendly. Furthermore, no purchase wares. For convenience, the Loporrits have linked the teleportation portal to the one near the Aetheryte. Way to go. Now let's see, your dreaming coining way. That's the carrot exchange. Carrots. Grip gel, crafts materia, others. Just items. Oh, right. I can't even see the mount or mini or whatever the other offers are until I get further into the reputation. That's fine. I can farm the reputation later. In the general sense, it takes about a month to completely, Yeah, in the where do I need to go next? Oh, yeah. Idleshire. What was I saying now? Oh, yeah. Now, if you completely dedicate to a particular faction, you can generally max out their, You can generally max out the reputation in about a month's time. However, that's if you go with them, completely focus on them. Also, what was that? Oh yeah, you also can only do so many tribal quests each day, so if you aren't completely caught up, it can take a while to get through all of them. So you need to make sure you prioritize which ones you want to farm reputation for first. But otherwise, yeah. Now let's see here. Walking Atlas. Fiery wings, fiery hearts. Oh, so that's this is. Oh, I was able to do it as Culinarian? There it is, the firebird whistle. New to Isleshire? Never fear, for a mere 1,000 gil, a person will give you the guided. You look like an adventurer who knows your business. Might you perchance be familiar with divine lanners? Yes, actually. Even more so than I realized, apparently. You've tamed 7 of them? I knew you're no ordinary adventurer, but you should think you should be the very hero I sought. Please, you must allow me to be your guide. Were you not, I wouldn't charge a dreaming you, for they're already paid for by a well-stirred and well-dressed fellow. Who's my mysterious employer? If you're keen to meet him, he's keen to meet you as well. You'll find him over by the snail, by the hard place. The theme of the Heaven's Ward quests. It's been so long since I've heard that. This Fenrir mount is from the Gold Saucer, and it took a good while to farm up. It costs a million MGP. Yeah. The Wandering Minstrel. Why am I not surprised you're responsible for this one? Well, I suppose it makes sense bards would be interested in adventurers' exploits. Ah, it's a pleasure, my friend. After our encounter with the Kirin, I caught wind of a brave soul said to command a veritable flock of divine lanners. 'Tis the fine individual that I have journeyed here. Well, you have me now. You are he? I found myself wholly unsurprised. Well, without further ado, while you are no stranger lanners, no, you of the creature who rules them all, the immortal firebird? No, actually. Appearing in far eastern legends, a firebird immolates itself in death to rise again from its own ashes. A glimpse of the creature fills with hope, it's said, while a brush of its feathers bestows eternal happiness. Yet for all the mesmerizing majesty, the firebird's a lonely soul, long as it soared the heavens in search of a companion. A hero for whom this king among birds can count as its equal. Who else could that be but you, master of the 7 divine lanners? This is the firebird whistle. It was passed to me during my journeys, and now I pass it on to you. If he who sounds is worthy, the firebird will answer the call. And I've no doubt it will answer yours. Ask you to take the whistle to the vantage point, and there sound the heavens. As I did when you summoned the Kirin, I would behold the moment the firebird descends. Such the verses and sight would inspire within me. I knew I could count on you. Now I've taken the liberty of scouting a likely location for the whistle, the southeastern reach of the Dravanian hinterlands upon the rise of leading Corthus. Between now and the moment of meeting, I shall make myself scarce to keep the shadows of bated breath. I take my leave of you. That's Packland. I believe the Fenrir are supposed to be a species instead of an individual. Although it says the pack's leader. Oops. Well, no matter. I went to the completely wrong area, but that's fine. It doesn't matter, honestly. Oh, yeah, I'm supposed to go there from Idyllshire itself. Well, no matter. I'm taking the long way here. And as soon as I get it, I'll call the stream, since that'll be a good time for it. Oh, I see. I have to actually go through the, thing for that. Dravanian hinterlands. It's asking that I go up. Oh, here it is. The ruling quarter. Oh, that's the location of the area. Ah, it's the Corthus Western Highlands. I guess I was confused about Fenrir being a species instead of an individual, because you fight a Fenrir in one of the dungeons, but they're simply referred to it as that. I guess it just happens to be the pack leader, and the one from the Gold Saucer is similar. I mean, it's the same model, because of course it is, but... because of course it is. I mean, people who want the Fenrir want Fenrir. They don't want any... They don't want anything less. That's all 7 of them. I can't believe I didn't realize I had them this whole time. Beautiful beyond imagining, the mighty firebird has come. At long last, this creature has met its match, a worthy hero for whom it can lend its wings. The divine lanterns, the firebird and you, traversing hardship and eternity, 9 brilliant lives have come together to outshine the stars. 'Tis not short of a miracle. High above the heavens, a king in his domain, soaring over creation, a lonely monarch reigns, borne upon the wind, a whistle's piercing sounds, calls him to descend to find a soul by destiny bound. The words well up at the gushing heart. I believe I found my next creation, all to you. It'll be called Fire Wings, Fiery Hearts. Oh, but I must say, to bond with not only the Kieran but the Firebird besides, you're truly a marvel, my friend. I am loath to take my eyes off you, lest I miss a moment. This moment. But I am not to overstay my welcome. I shall leave you to resume your adventures. Doubtless there'll be many more. With fiery wings bearing you, I look forward to hearing them. Till next we meet, Godspeed. Heavensward had a really good music for its, even just for the quests. Just like fire. Well, I guess this seems like a good a time as any to call it. Well, I completed the entire 6.3 patch storyline, I unlocked the Loporrit's quests, and I successfully managed to get the Firebird. I'd call that a night well spent. That's going to be all for now. Well, until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.